Good evening. I'd like to call this August, almost said October, August 9, 2022 closed session city council meeting to order. I'd like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through live stream and Zoom teleconference. City clerk, can we have a roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Brown?
Here.
Councilmember Krupa?
Here.
Councilmember Males? Here. Mayor Pro Tem Myers absent. Mayor Lowenthal?
Here.
All members are present with the exception of Mayor Pro Tem.
Informed me that she's under the weather.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we excuse the Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll second that.
Gonna
third it?
I'm in a meeting right now.
Oh,
Motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Councilmember Krupa to excuse absence of Carly Meyer. Council, do a roll call. Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa?
yes.
Councilmember Males?
Yes.
Mayor Lowenthal?
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0.
So at this time, members of the public may only comment on an item appearing on the agenda. Please adhere to the following. Comments be limited to 3 minutes or less, and comments should be directed towards the council as a whole and not just any individual council member. City clerk, are there any registered speakers?
Mayor, there are no registered public speakers.
Mayor, at this time, I'm going to ask the city council to add one item to the closed session agenda. It would be under 4B, which is initiation of litigation. I'm asking to add one case. This issue came to our attention after the posting of the agenda. And because of the statute of limitations involved, I believe there is an urgent need for the council to at least have a discussion on it at this time.
That would be an urgency added item. So we need 4 votes.
Yes.
I would make a motion to add the urgency item under 4B in closed session.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Brown. I'll go roll call. Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa?
Yes.
Councilmember Males? Yes. Mayor Lowenthal?
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0.
Right now, we will proceed to closed session. Thank you for joining us. We'll report out after.
Test.
Hello, can you hear me? Thank you.
Thank
Let me
you.
know. All right, John, thank you. Let me know.
Yeah, we'll unmute you shortly.
Let me know when. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to call the August 9th, 2022 regular city council meeting to order. I would like to point out this meeting is being held through live stream on the city's website and by Zoom teleconference. City Clerk, can we have a roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Krupa.
Here.
Councilmember Males.
Here.
Mayor Lilienthal.
Here.
All members are present with the exception of Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, if I may make a motion to excuse the Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Councilmember Krupa. We'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Males.
Yes.
Mayor Lilienthal.
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0.
At this time, the invocation will be done by Felicity Penner, followed by Russ Brown with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh.
Good evening, everyone. This is a prayer by His Holiness Abdul Baha, who was the son of Baha'u'llah, who visited the United States in 1912. So it's a long time, but I would like to offer this prayer and wish you all the best. Oh my God, oh my God. Verily, these servants are turning to thee, supplicating thy kingdom of mercy. Verily, they are attracted by thy holiness and set aglow with the fire of thy love, seeking confirmation from thy wondrous kingdom, and hoping for attainment in thy heavenly realm. Verily, they long for the descent of thy bestowal, desiring illumination from the sun of reality. O Lord, make them radiant lamps, merciful signs, fruitful trees, and shining stars. May they come forth in thy service and be connected with thee by the bonds and ties of love, longing for the lights of thy favor. O Lord, make them signs of guidance, the standards of thine immortal kingdom, waves of the sea of thy mercy, mirrors of the light of thy majesty. Verily, thou art the generous. Verily, thou art the merciful. Verily, thou art the precious, the beloved. God bless you all. Thank you.
And please join me as we salute the flag of our nations. And it is permissible, if you're a military veteran, in lieu of placing your hand over heart, you can render a hand salute. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Attorney, may we have a report out from closed session?
Thank you, Mayor. For items 4A, we have no reportable action. For item 4B, we have no reportable action. For item 4C, we have no reportable action. For item 4D, Councilmember Krupa made the motion, was seconded by Councilmember Males, and by a vote of 4-0. The City Council appointed Stephen Graham as City Attorney. And then on item 4E, the City Council by consensus gave negotiation direction. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, City Attorney. We're going to move to communications from the public. So there's a 3-minute person time limit on general public comments on non-public hearing items. All those who wish to speak should be recognized by the mayor. For those on Zoom, should raise your hand if you want to speak. Please state your name and the item you're commenting on. Right now, I'm gonna open it up for items listed on the agenda on Zoom.
Thank you, Mayor. If there's anyone on the Zoom call that'd like to speak, now is the time to raise your hand and I'll unmute you. You'll have 3 minutes to speak and you'll be live with the City Council. We'll give you just a few moments. Seeing none, Mayor, there's no registered Zoom callers.
Now, I know I have some items appearing on the agenda for members that are in our audience right now, but I'm going to save them for when those particular items come up. So I'm going to open it up for any items that are not on the agenda for people on Zoom.
Now is the time to raise your hand, as the mayor's just stated. So if you have just a couple moments here, if you'd like to speak, raise your hand and I'll unmute you. Seeing none, Mayor, there's no registered Zoom callers.
Okay, and now back to the audience. Can I have William Potts? Followed by Ralph Greider.
Good evening. I was there last meeting. It was in regards to some problems I had with a neighbor with dogs and kennels. I wanted to let you know that some things have been taken care of. I wanted to thank the council. I wanted to thank Animal Control. They came out. There were 7 dogs. None of them were licensed. None of them had vaccinations. So Animal Control's taking care of that. There was 3 big cages next to my house. 2 of them have been moved to the back. The one next to my office, he's left there. I think he's trying to stick it to me. But I don't know what's gonna happen, if there's something we can do about that. If not, I'll do something about it. But, anyway, did want to thank you for helping me on this matter. Hopefully this other cage will get moved too, but he did move them back to the dirt, which if he would have did that in the first place, we would have resolved all the problems, but he was kind of a nasty guy. So, but, other than that, basically that's it. I just want to let you know what was going on. Thank you. And, hopefully the other part will get resolved.
Thank you, William.
Thank you.
After Ralph, can I have Donald? I'm not even going to try your last name.
My name is Ralph Greider. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. The subject I want to bring up, in 2007, Pulte Corporation came in and built our community called Solera Diamond. And they finished this community in 2017. But in that community, at that time during the construction process, we had a four-way stop at Via Simpatico and Paseo Formosa. And the reason they had a four-way stop in there was for the construction traffic. Once the construction was done, they took away that four-way stop, and Paseo Formosa has kind of become a bit of a drag strip through there. Our community is requesting the council will take a look at the aspect of maybe replacing that two-way stop back to a four-way stop. And the reason we're saying that is the new subdivision that is being built to the north of us by Pulte, one of their main streets coming out of that community comes directly into our community. And those residents will also drive down to Paseo Formosa to get to wherever destination they're going. So the traffic will probably double, if not triple, by that time. So I'm respectfully asking the council if they'll consider that, putting the four-way stop back in. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ralph. Can I have Donald? Is it pronounced Crampe?
Good evening. My name is Crampy, Don Crampy, the Kentucky Criminals. First, I would like to acknowledge the City Council for your sweat equity and your hard, dedicated work for the citizens of Hemet. And then I would like to recognize all these Lady Roses here. And this is the way I'm going to recognize you, Lady Roses. Remember to be receptive to graceful living. Love with all your heart. Laugh all you can. And smile with radiance. That's right for the light force, the vortexes, the heart and soul, my lady. Okay. Now, I have three topics, real quick like. The first topic is a challenge, not a problem, a challenge. We can go over the mountains, around the mountain, through it, or underneath for a challenge. The challenge is Devonshire and Warren. That is a challenge. There's going to be more actions there. We need a stoplight there. Please make sure that we get a stoplight there so we don't have major killings there. And people today don't have the courtesy they used to. Even though you got stop signs there, they usually don't stop. They try and move on. No courtesy. So that's the first topic. The second topic has to do with what I call veterans are uniting the veterans and acknowledging the veterans. For the veterans who are now serving, I travel a lot throughout the United States. And I find out that most cities for the veterans who are serving have the flags on with their picture on it on the telephone poles. I have not seen any flags here in Hemet for the men and women who are now serving. Please make that happen. Recognize those veterans who are serving. Now, the third topic, real quick, right? I'm originally from Marietta. You're looking at the person who is a leader, who is responsible for the most unique Veterans Memorial in the United States. If you have not been to Marietta and seen it, you need to go there. If you come to Summit, to Four Seasons, Don Crampy, give me a call, and I'll be very happy to take you to Marietta and explain to you about those walls. And now, when we talk about those walls, understand that we need to have something unique here. Now, the walls that we have here now in Hemet, it's the Korean War, the Vietnam War, and the First World War. In fact, if you go down the First World War, you're going to see a Navy woman on the wall kissing the nurse there in New York, if you remember that. So there's a lot of things as far as historical that we could do here in Hammond. I would like to see some walls put up here by Kirby. You've got a beautiful park here. I want to thank every one of you for what you've done there for our veterans. But to make it different from our walls, why don't we start with the walls here as far as making sure the marble walls we put up here would be different. And we would start with the Revolutionary War. And then we would go to the War of 1812. And then we would go to the Spanish War. And then we would go to the First World War. That's what we could do with the walls here. Nobody would have that, but you would. And it's different because the walls would be picked at different times in a different place. So that's what I would like to see happen. And I want you to know that I also say you need to have a parade here on Veterans Day in the Fiscal. Why don't you have something at the park? It doesn't seem to have anything there. I would like to help you put up those walls. I was responsible to make it happen in Marietta, and I can do it here because I'm a leader. And therefore, if you will acknowledge me, we can get a committee going made of different veterans. Marine Corps, Air Force, Coast Guard, Navy, and Army will have on the city council to help get these walls up and make it a veterans program where we have parades and we have stickers, and we also will have high school kids and young kids who would come to see our walls here, and we would have balconies where they would talk to these young people about what these walls are about, to educate them. As far as the Revolutionary War, the War of 1812, the Spanish War, and the First World War. We could do that by having 3 walls. Let's see if it can happen. But anyway, before I leave, I would like to do something for everyone. Are you aware of what we call the constitutional sacred?
Donald, I have to stop you for this. Donald, I have to stop you seriously. Donald, come back over here and fill out another slip.
Just let them say it. It's going to delay everything worse.
What you do, and those are my 3 topics. Let's get something started there on the red light.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to do something as far as the flag for the people are not serving.
No, we don't want to.
I don't want to say his name, and then we're going to do something with this park.
Hey, John. Semper Fi, Devil Dog.
Yes.
Hey, we got one
Thank
thing
you.
here.
Thank you for your service.
Yes. And Mr. Crampy, and for the rest of the audience, Hemet has had an active military duty banner program along Florida Avenue since 2011. And the new flags are in process of being made and put up again. So we do have the active duty program going on. We also have a big program on Veterans Day at Gibble Park. We have the 1,776 flags that the Exchange Club puts up. We have a program put on by the city that the JROTC from surrounding schools all participate in. And then the American Legion and the VFW have events in the park the rest of the day. So we do that. We don't have the 3 walls, but we do have the War Memorial out there. And we really appreciate your input, and your Field of Honor and Murrieta is awesome. And I know a couple of the people that have been connected with the Rotary Club down there. So what you're suggesting is phenomenal. We appreciate all of our military. Thank you.
Can I have Andrew Allen? My boy, Andrew.
One thing I'd like to ask or discuss is council is only open to those who reside within the city, not within the county. Across the street is county. One side of the street is city. I own and operate a business here in town, so my property taxes go to the city along with part of my income, which is directly affected as to where if you're a resident is not. So I think that being a business owner and you own the property, maybe it should be opened up to a business owner as well, being that you operate and own a business within the city limits, but are still in the valley, but you live within the county. Second topic, I had brought to Russ's attention about the sidewalks in town. It's been 3 weeks since our last meeting. I don't know if it fell on deaf ears or if anything was looked at or what have you, but I did take the time to take pictures and get addresses. So I have that for you if necessary, but kind of concerned about it being that you're not going to re-elect. So it may fall on deaf ears. That's all I got.
Where do you have that information at? Okay, don't leave here without talking to me.
Yeah, Mr. Allen, you could email that to me.
Is there anyone else? Santa? No, not Anne.
I have one more. You must have slipped it. And just to be clear, for First Amendment purposes, Anne is free to give public comment at the city council meeting in Hemet.
Okay. Members of the city council, my name is Terry Larned, and I'm first vice commander over at the American Legion, Post 53. And next Wednesday, we will have our Congressman, Dr. Raul Ruiz, coming to talk about the PAC Act that was signed. So we encourage people to come down, and it's going to be Wednesday, the 17th, I believe, 10 o'clock. So make sure you can come. And if you have questions you want to talk to Dr. Ruiz about, you may. Hopefully he's going to be here. He's not going to send a representative like he has in the past. So, but he has said that he will be here. Now, the PAC Act, if anybody is unfamiliar with that, that is where veterans are allowed to now go and get treatment for, they worked in a like a burn pit area in one of the bases, Agent Orange. So this has opened up a lot of veterans to get benefits for illnesses they had relating to those situations that they were in. So it's been a long time coming, and I hope that we will be able to get some reasons why it took so long and etc. But if you have questions for Dr. Raul Ruiz, then next Wednesday at 10 o'clock at the American Legion Hall, American Legion Post 53, 124 North Ramona, right off of Florida. So hope to see you guys there. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Ann Smith, I promise I'm going to get to you, but I wanted to wait until I opened up public comment on the items 14 and the rest of those. Okay. Right now I'm going to close public comment and I'm going to open it up again. I promise. But move on to presentations. For 13A. Yes. Daryl Lilienthal. Can you please approach here and accept this proclamation on behalf of the city of Hemet?
Okay, 2 buttons. Hi. It is indeed my honor to read this to you. This is the City of Hemet, California Proclamation, Women's Equality Day. Whereas on Women's Equality Day, we commemorate the ratification of the 19th Amendment to the Constitution, which secured for women the right to vote. And whereas the anniversary of this milestone is an appropriate time to reflect on the remarkable accomplishments of women in every facet of American life, and whereas it is also an opportunity to honor women for their leadership and service to their families, their communities, and the nation. And whereas in the same spirit of the 19th Amendment, we must continue to seek an environment of opportunity for all women. And whereas today we celebrate the passion and unwavering dedication of the women who struggled and persevered in the fight for suffrage, and we recognize the countless ways that women strengthen the fabric of the nation. And whereas we all benefit from the leadership and ingenuity of women in education, medicine, government, law, business, military service, and every other field contributing to the greatness of this nation. Now, therefore, Malcolm Lilienthal, Mayor of Hemet, along with the Hemet City Council, do hereby proclaim August 26, 2022 as Women's Equality Day in the city of Hemet, and recommend that all members of the community reflect on the milestone contributions made by women in this community. Thank you. You get there.
Ann, can you get a picture of them? You got it? Okay.
What an honor and what a blessing. Thank you so much. I don't have any words, but thank you. I'm so honored and praise God for this. You know, recognition of women, their accomplishment. So much, so many women today, you know, need that encouragement. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
And share it with your granddaughter, Adelaide.
Okay, next on the tag team of presentations. We have any educators in the room? School teachers? Okay. Kathy, could I ask you to come up and accept this as the librarian? Because this is a proclamation for National Back to School Month. And whereas schools are the backbone of our democracy, providing young Americans with the tools they need to maintain our nation's precious values of freedom, civility, and equality. And whereas by equipping young Americans with both practical skills and broader intellectual abilities, schools give access to an educated and productive future. And whereas employees of educational institutions, be they custodians or teachers, bus drivers, or librarians, work tirelessly to serve our children and communities with care and professionalism. And whereas schools are pillars in the community, bringing together adults and children, educators and volunteers, business leaders and elected officials in a common enterprise. And whereas the city of Hemet recognizes the importance of schools and education by offering literacy, homework, and other educational assistance services through the Hemet Public Library. Now, therefore, Malcolm Lilienthal, Mayor of Hemet, along with the Hemet City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of August 2022 as National Back to School Month in the city of Hemet and recommend all members of the community to reflect on the importance of schools in our community.
I just want to remind everybody, your library card, I'm going to get my plug-in, is your key to the homework help, language help, literacy. Also, today was the first day of school for Hemet Unified School District, so we hope they all had a great day. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. And I'm proud to say that my oldest daughter is a school teacher in Northern California. And the next proclamation is called Never Give Up Day. And I'd like to honor Gary Oakley. Those of you that know Gary may also know him by the nickname of Yeah, Baby. Okay, Never Give Up Day. Whereas the city of Hemet proudly joins community members in celebrating Never Give Up Day on Thursday, August 18th, 2022. And whereas Never Give Up Day is focused on cultivating a mindset, determination to help people get through difficult challenges. And whereas Never Give Up Day not only applauds people for reaching their goals, but also supports those who are still trying to achieve their goals. And whereas Never Give Up Day remains relevant for healthcare providers, organizations, associations, and charities in their efforts to establish a call to action and fundraising activities. And whereas the city of Hemet recognizes Never Give Up Day and its positive influence for people across our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Mayor Lilienthal, along with the Hemet City Council, do hereby proclaim August 18th, 2022 as Never Give Up Day in the city of Hemet and call upon all citizens to make this day a springboard for awareness raising actions. And I couldn't think of a more deserving person to give the Never Give Up Day proclamation than you, Gary.
Well, first of all, for those who do know me, they know that I'm not often at a loss for words, and this is certainly one of those times. But on behalf of men, women, children who meet challenges every day, both seen and unseen, I accept this with gratitude and just a lot of appreciation on their behalf. Thank you.
Now we're going to move on to a presentation from EMWD.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. On behalf of our team at EMWD, we appreciate you allowing us coming night and give both the council and the community an update on California's drought conditions and also some of the statewide and local responses, including what we're asking of our customers at this point in time. We felt it was appropriate that the council was up to speed on everything, given that our water supply challenges have been rapidly changing, and as have the regulations over the past few months as well. Real quick, Director Randy Record from our board was hoping to be here tonight. Unfortunately, had a schedule conflict, but wanted to let the council know that should you have any follow-up questions, he's always a resource for you as well. Trick to this one, or? We're going to go with the mouse over here. All right, so a little bit of background about our statewide water supply conditions right now. Currently, 100% of California is in moderate or worse drought conditions. 2020 through 21 was the hottest 2-year stretch we've seen on record in California. And 2022 is actually the driest start to a calendar year in our state's history. This map is put together by the U.S. Drought Monitor through the University of Nebraska at Lincoln, and they actually do an entire U.S. Drought Monitor. This is the California slide right here, and you see there's a lot of red and a lot of deep crimson, and over the summer months, that's really been increasing as well throughout the state. So a little bit of a status on California's water supply sources. We begin the year through the State Water Project System, which is our water through Lake Oroville, the Sacramento, San Joaquin, Delta area. Begin the year at a 0% allocation. We inched up to 5%, which is really where we're at this point in time. Although all of our state's reservoirs in California are currently at or below the historic averages as well. And 2020 through 22 is the lowest consecutive 3-year runoff total in California's history. So we're not just dealing with challenges of actual rain and snowfall, but the runoff into the reservoirs is becoming an increasingly large challenge for us. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later. Typically about half of the state's rainfall falls within January through March. That's our wet season. This year, for that 3-month period, we were at 14%, 4%, and 16% of normal, respectively. We had some good storms in, I believe it was October and December. We had what we call the atmospheric river storms. Unfortunately, we have not had any of those since. The difference between a wet and a dry year in California is the difference of about 3 of those storms. We entered the year needing about 7 storms to really bring us out of the drought. We've gotten 2, and as a result, the drought conditions have worsened over the last year. So the unique thing about some of our water supply challenges this year are we've never been in a situation in the history of the Western U.S. where the state water project system in California has been at the levels it's at right now, while the Colorado River system has simultaneously been in crisis mode. The Colorado River supply, to put it as bluntly and frankly as we can, is in a crisis point like we've never seen in the history of that system. Lake Powell is at its lowest elevation since it was filled. And right now, the Bureau of Reclamation has stopped deliveries down into Lake Mead because if Lake Powell drops any further, they're going to lose the ability to produce power out of Glen Canyon Dam, which provides power for a large portion of the Western U.S. So, excuse me. Lake Mead is currently at about 1,042 feet elevation. A year ago, it was about 40 feet higher. At 1,045 feet, Metropolitan Water District starts losing access to the water it has stored in Lake Mead. Metropolitan over the years has created what's called an intentionally created surplus of water that they've kept in Lake Mead. Unfortunately, the totality of the situation right now is they've begun to lose access to that water. And at 1,025, Metropolitan loses all access to the water it has stored in Lake Mead. Both of those reservoirs are at about 26, 27, 28% capacity within that range. And you see here on the maps, the satellite images really show how this has progressed over the past couple of years as well. So really for all of the Western US, some of the new challenges that we've seen that have led to this situation, as we spoke about earlier, is it's not just the volume of rain and snow that we're seeing the disparity in, but the amount of that water that's actually making it through the watershed and into the rivers and the reservoirs. The Colorado River system got about 90% of its snowpack this year. That was actually a pretty good number. The runoff into the upper basin was about 70%. And we're seeing over time that gap between rain and snow compared to what makes it into the river and the lakes is actually growing at a pretty alarming rate. Much of that's due to climate change. As the plants start blooming earlier, as it's getting warmer earlier in the season, that water is being soaked up into the ground and not making it through the watersheds into our systems as well. And California is becoming more and more dependent on those atmospheric rivers to really give it its rain and snow for the year. And for us as water agencies, we have to develop new facilities that kind of manage that new sense of normal of having 1 or 2 very wet years followed by long periods of drought. At Eastern, we've done a good job with that. Our groundwater replenishment facility that we constructed is an example of that. But throughout the state, there really needs to be a broad modernization of the infrastructure and the way we manage water supplies to deal with these new conditions. So a little bit about the statewide and local drought response as well. In March, the state really enacted a formal drought declaration for all of the state. Governor Gavin Newsom had done some counties as early as last fall. That was expanded throughout the entire state and really pushed agencies to take action in their water shortage contingency plans to really push conservation and try to get savings of up to about 20%. In May of this year, the state board passed a prohibition of irrigation of what we call non-functional turf with potable water for commercial, industrial, and institutional customers. At water agencies, I know that's kind of a nomenclature that we use with functional versus non-functional turf. But the best way to describe it is if the only reason you walk on it is to mow it, it's non-functional. We are absolutely supportive of irrigation of parks, of schools, of ball fields, of golf courses, the recreational facilities that get active use. It's the strips of grass along Florida Avenue or along State Street or along any intersection throughout Southern California in front of shopping centers and such. Those are the areas that we really have to examine if it's functional, which it's likely not. And those are the areas that we are asking people to shut off the irrigation for. Currently, the state has a fine structure in place they can implement. And so Eastern also adopted a similar ordinance in June for the prohibition of non-functional turf for commercial and industrial and institutional properties as well. And also with that, both the state and local ordinance that we've adopted, there's a couple call outs. If it's irrigated with recycled water, it can be irrigated. There's no restrictions there. And also if the turf area is on the same irrigation system and station as trees, please keep watering it. We want to keep the trees and any perennial plants such as shrubs and so forth. But grass is really where we're focusing the effort. In April of this year, Metropolitan Water District adopted their emergency water shortage declaration. It's the first time in Met's history they've done this. And this was really in response to the challenges on the state water system and also some of the infrastructure limitations that are in place right now. Several portions of metropolitan service area can only receive state water project water. We're fortunate here in Eastern that we have both access to metropolitan supply for state water and Colorado River supply. So as part of that, metropolitan agencies that can only receive state water, that's typically up in the northwest portion of metropolitan's area, can only irrigate 1 day per week, starting June 1st. Those regulations don't apply to EMWD customers. We want to make sure that we're clear about that. we have not implemented any restrictions against residential customers at this point in time. We did advance to stage 3A of our water shortage contingency plan. I believe we did that last fall. We're not cutting water budgets at this point in time. Our board has acknowledged the work our customers have done proactively. We've just stopped variances for any filling of swimming pools, new landscapes, decorative ponds, etc. And we're really encouraging customers to stay within their water budgets as well. And you take part in our rebate program to remove their grass. That program is also available to commercial customers, to industrial customers, and also the cities, the counties, school district, and so forth as well. We touched a little bit on this as well with the skateboard regulations about the CII turf. That's really where the focus is going to be at. And we believe that these may be long-term regulations from the state as well. But we're hoping that this is a really good opportunity to re-examine the way we view grass in those areas of streetscapes as well. And again, if the only reason you walk on it is to mow it, it really doesn't provide any benefit to the community. So as part of our efforts, we are asking all of our partners to really direct landscapers to shut off the irrigation around non-functional turf areas. We recently held a workshop for commercial, industrial, and institutional customers that we held both in person and online. We have a number of programs and rebates that are really targeted towards those customers as well. And the question we actually get asked quite a bit is HOAs. We've already heard from a number of people throughout our service area that their HOA has complained that they're letting their grass go brown. HOAs cannot issue any fines for water conservation measures during a formal statewide drought declaration. So if the city gets any calls about that, we encourage you to really inform the residents about that. But there is a very clear delineation of letting your grass go brown to save water and not maintaining it. The HOA can ask that you keep the weeds trimmed and low, but certainly if you're not watering just to save water, they cannot issue a fine for that. As far as our residential customers, we really are encouraging them to take part in a variety of programs that we offer. Our Landscapes for Living program is one of the ones that we offer in addition to Metropolitan's turf removal rebates. One of the best things we offer is we will come out and we will install a smart irrigation controller for EMWD customers at your home. That will automatically update your sprinkler times every single day without you touching it. It updates daily based on the weather. That way you're efficient with the water you have. Drip systems, and obviously taking out grass is the biggest thing that we can do within our residential properties as well. With that, does the council have any questions for us about drought response, any of the statewide regulations or water supply challenges that we're facing right now as well, including on the Colorado River system? I know our water master team over here is pretty well informed as well. So.
Any questions?
Not really a question, but just a comment. I appreciate all of the proactive efforts that EMWD has taken on behalf of the region that you serve and the customers that you serve. And don't know how long we're going to be able to sustain that level of independence from some of the mandates unless we get some rain. But I do appreciate EMWD's efforts.
And we appreciate that. And, for us, we've done a very good job and our customers have made the right investments locally. We are in much better shape than a lot of other agencies. But the situation on the Colorado River is becoming more and more dire by the day. There's going to be a point where if things don't change, Lake Mead or Lake Powell can reach what they call dead pool status, which is low enough they can't pump water out of. The Bureau of Reclamation has directed the 7 western states to come up with a plan to trim 2 to 4 million acre feet off the use by, I think, August 16th is the deadline. The last time they did that interstate treaty, it took 5 years to draft a plan. The time before that was 10 years. They gave them 6 weeks. So there's going to be a lot of changes in the coming months with the Colorado River system, so that those agencies can make significant cuts throughout the 7 western states to reduce the usage as well. So more to come. Yes.
Well, thank you, Kevin. We appreciate you.
We appreciate it. And real quick, too, wanted to update the council on one other item. We will be beginning work on the construction of the Sanderson pipeline project on Sanderson Avenue next week. We anticipate beginning field work on Sanderson just south of Esplanade, working our way to Commonwealth, and then turning east on Commonwealth after we get done. Sanderson, we anticipate is going to be about a month. We'll have the median lane as well as the inside turn lane, each direction closed. Construction will be daytime hours, but traffic control will be up 24/7 for that project as well. But we're hoping to get through that stretch fairly quickly. We know it's a major arterial road for the city, for both cities. So our contractor's looking to get through there as quickly and as safely as possible too. But given the change in scope of that project, we wanted to make sure the council was aware of that as well. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Every one of them has the equipment to process salt water and drinking. Take their ships up, drop them along the coast, and we never have a challenge.
I know the state is looking at some desalination options as well. We actually do groundwater desalination within EMWD service area, and we opened our 3rd desalination complex in June. And we are looking at a potential partnership with some other agencies for ocean desalination, if it makes sense for us and for our customers. And the state is looking at those options as well for some of those facilities too. So we are at the everything's on the table point of our water supply in the state. Recycle water into drinking water, desalination, water use efficiency, reservoirs, new infrastructure in the Delta. Everything is on the table at this point, and certainly agencies like ours are working to make sure that those things happen for our customers as well. So thank you, sir.
In honor of fairness, does anybody else have any questions?
So that's one of the challenges why the Coastal Commission ultimately turned down the desalination plant in Huntington Beach, was some of the environmental concerns. There is the thought process of, if you go deeper, you really eliminate some of the, in terms of the outlets where the brine is discharged. If you go deeper or further out, you actually lessen that impact as well, because you're really putting it back into the groundwater that's underneath the ocean as well. So there are different options being explored. Currently, California only has one large scale actively running desalination plant. That's down in Carlsbad. But it's definitely something that a lot of agencies are looking at. But we also want to make sure we're environmentally responsible too. You know, at the end of the day, our water supplies are a piece of our environment, and we're going to continue to do what we have to do to make sure we're protecting the environmental side as well. It does. And part of the solution in the Delta with the new infrastructure that's being proposed by the state would actually meet those co-equal goals of both water supply and environmental protections as well. So.
All right. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to have a presentation from the Board of State and Community Corrections, California's Violence Intervention and Prevention Grant.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This is a high-level overview of the city's CalVIP program. The city's program, called Hemet Community-Wide Collaborative, an approach to violence reduction under the California Violence Intervention and Prevention Program, called CalVIP, is linked to quality of life, community engagement, partnership, and collaboration. Sorry, that slide is incorrect. The Break the Cycles of Violence Act specifies that the purpose of CalVIP is to improve public health and safety by supporting effective violence reduction initiatives in communities that are disproportionately impacted by violence, particularly group member involved homicides, shootings, and aggravated assaults. CalVIP grants shall be used to support, expand, and replicate evidence-based violence reduction initiatives, including but not limited to hospital-based violence intervention programs, evidence-based street outreach programs, and focused deterrence strategies. These initiatives should seek to interrupt cycles of violence and retaliation in order to reduce the incidence of homicides, shootings, and aggravated assaults. Further, these initiatives shall be primarily focused on providing violence intervention services to the small segment of the population that is identified as having the highest risk of perpetrating or being victimized by violence in the near future. The main focus is about gang violence in most cities. The Hemet Community-Wide Collaborative, an approach to violence reduction proposal, calls for implementing a City Office of Violence Prevention, OVP, which would lead the program. This is one of the strategies stated in the request for a proposal for CalVIP. The goal is to work towards safer cities, better futures, and a stronger community. The Board of State and Community Corrections, or BSCC, is the lead agency to provide the funding for a 3-year period in the amount of $963,573, and funds go towards a full-time program coordinator, contracts with a community-based organization to provide direct services, also funds training and technical assistance, and covers the mandatory program evaluation and reporting. The 3 basic goals of the program are to reduce violence by reviewing police data on homicides and non-fatal injury shootings, to reduce recidivism or tendency to reoffend for individuals at highest risk of violence, and strengthen the city by building community relations and cooperation. The goals are achieved through the program's 3 functions: community outreach, which is community engagement by providing outreach and social services. Individuals providing violence interruption services are known as violence interrupters. And these are people who have lived experience and usually come from the neighborhoods they live in. Intervention and life coaching. The community-based organization will work on life coaching to help individuals make better life decisions. And the grant specifically calls for accountability and performance management, which is a good way to see how the program is doing for the council and to the state. The foundation of proven intervention includes credible messengers who are trained community members with similar backgrounds that have successfully turned their lives around. It is considered peer-to-peer strategy. CBT, which is cognitive behavioral therapy, that focuses on helping those at highest risk slow things down in their lives and make the right decisions for their future. This program is a collaborative approach to reducing crime violence through data analysis, community engagement, and performance management. We're hoping to have the consultant provide more detailed information if needed to council as soon as the consultant is under contract. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica. Any questions from the council? All right. Thank you, Veronica. All right, now moving to public hearings. So what's going to happen is I'm going to open public hearing after we hear this item. And this gives people the opportunity for those in favor or those in opposition of these items that are going to be presented to us today. After that, I'll close the hearing and then we'll bring it back to council. So starting with 14A, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hemet, California, approving the fiscal year 2022-2023 fiscal year, all the way up to 26 and 27. Can we get a
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. The fiscal year 22-23 through fiscal year 26-27 CIP was presented, and this public hearing was opened at the City Council meeting on July 12th, 2022, and it currently remains open today for any further testimony and discussion prior to the closing and decision. If there's any questions, we're available.
Okay. Did you have a presentation?
It was presented at the previous meeting. I'm not
Okay.
sure if you wanted another presentation.
All right, let me open up public comment and bring up Ann Smith. She's going to talk about 14A right now.
Mayor and council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Actually, I think I can do this in 3 minutes, although I did ask someone if they would lend me their minutes. First of all, this is not a complaint, this is actually a compliment. I'd like to thank everybody that was involved in the CIP presentation, and to the comment that this gentleman here made about Devonshire and Warren. It's going to be done. It's going to be done. And I'm really glad to see that, the council is taking an active role in the infrastructure improvement. That's really a good thing. So I'll be glad to see the stoplight there on Devonshire and Warren and the road widening on Esplanade. So thank you. I couldn't read the whole report. It was just too much for my pea brain, but I read about half of it. I wouldn't want to do your job. I want to thank John Paul because I noticed that the link was broken on an item that you're going to file on the besides the warrant register. And I want to thank him also because he always is available to answer questions, and he's very efficient and very professional about it. So it's a pleasure to deal with him. I also want to thank on 15B, I want to thank the city for the cleanup day investment with CR&R, and it wasn't cheap. And I know it wasn't just CR&R. I noticed that there was also something done with Victory Outreach, and I was kind of curious about that because that's a nonprofit and religious organization. So, and I don't expect an answer, but if somebody can address some of the things I'm going to mention, please feel free to send me an email or find me on Facebook or call me. Some of you have my number. Just a general observation. I went through and this is just an observation. I went through the warrant register for June and July, and Lorena Roca also is pretty good about coming back to me with the answers, and I appreciate it. And it looks to me like everything that we're spending money on has gone up really almost exponentially. And the first thing I went through my mind, and somebody, I think Council Member Meyer and I talked about this, I wondered about the reserve. And I wondered, even though we have a reserve and I know there's money in it, I wondered if you're considering changing the reserve amount or expanding it or elevating it, just putting more money towards it. 16D, first in advance system. I'm a little confused about this. I see the necessity for it. But what I'd like to know is I was confused about where the money, the $471,663 is coming from. I wasn't really clear on that. So if somebody could answer that for me, it would make me a little more comfortable. I'm definitely going to get through this in 3 minutes. All right. 16H. This is kind of a biggie, and this is a resolution of the county of the city of Hemet approving the First Amendment to employment agreement between the city of Hemet and our esteemed Mr. Poost, and you are esteemed. It's just a comment, and this is in no way a reflection on Chief Poost. Absolutely not. You know, I don't see that the city really has any choice as regards signing off on this resolution, but it seems to me, this citizen, and by the way, I do live in the city of Hemet, the prior city councils, and I'm not pointing my fingers at any one person, have made some really poor choices in terms of the multiple city managers that they've hired and fired. And this is, like I said, this is in no way an affront to our current interim manager, who, from all I've heard, is doing a spectacular job. So thank you very much for that. And thank you for stepping up. The citizens of Hemet are watching. We're watching. I'm not the only one that's watching. And we're watching the choices that you make and the decisions that you make, the way you make them. I'm not accusing anybody of doing something untoward. That's not what I'm saying. But really and truly, there have been some very, very poor choices. And we're suffering because of it. We're suffering it. So my personal hope is that the power struggles that have taken place in the past will be reduced by the next election. That's what my hope is. We'll find out. And the last thing, CR&R. God bless CR&R. First of all, I know we have a contract with them, and I know I've spoken about this before, but they were really negligent in the way that they came out. It was not a big increase, but it was still an increase. No prior notice. Nobody knew until they got their bill, and I was pretty ticked off, so I called like 3 times. I couldn't get through. And they're real quick to increase their fees, but in the meanwhile, the trucks are breaking down. Sometimes they don't pick up the trash. And then you have to call and waste a lot of time, and they have to call you back. And if you're not near a phone, you miss their call. So, you know, they're usually late. They've been, you know, where I live, they've been late almost every week. The last 2 weeks, they've been okay, but it's, you know, there's just no rhyme or reason to the way they're doing it. So I'm wondering if there are, I know there's a record of complaints that are being given to, you know, but to the city. And my question would be is, I know there's a way that you can break the contract, and I don't know that it's going to make a difference. You know, I don't know that we're going to do any better with anybody else. So the only thing I can see is put some pressure on them. I don't know. But anyway, those are the things I wanted to address, and it was well under 3 minutes. And thank you for your patience, and thank you all for spending the time. I don't think most of the people have the brains. I shouldn't say this, forgive me, but there is a website called Transparent California. And every time I read a stupid comment on Facebook about how city council members are raking in all this money, it really ticks me off. And I point them to that website because you guys are working for very little money and you're busting your butts doing it. Whether I like you or I don't like you has nothing to do with it. You're working your asses off, and I personally appreciate it. So thank you again for letting me share.
Thank you, Anne. Close public comment. 14B.
Don't we have to vote
Mayor,
on?
I think we do need action on 14A.
I would like to make motion to approve staff direction on the CIP for fiscal years 2022, 2023 through fiscal 22, 26, and direct finance director to establish the total project appropriations for new requests only.
Mayor, we need to call for public comment. If there's anyone on the Zoom call.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
may do that. I apologize to interject here. But if there's anyone on the Zoom call that would like to speak, now's the time to raise your hand. We're going to give you just a few moments. Seeing none, Mayor, there's no public comment.
Okay, my motion stands.
I'll second.
Council, please cast your votes. That motion passes 4-0.
Okay, now 14B.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, and the public. I'm Monique Alanis Flater, a Principal Planner. This evening is a request to extend an interim urgency ordinance establishing temporary emergency sleeping cabins. This is in alignment with the Council's strategic goal to explore and implement housing solutions for the City of Hemet. On June 28th, 2022, the City Council adopted Interim Urgency Ordinance number 2022-2000, which amended Chapter 90 of the Municipal Code to allow emergency sleeping cabins during a shelter crisis for the Valley Restart Shelter. And this was necessary to accommodate the city's need for emergency shelter, an alternative to transitioning to permanent housing. This also amended adopted the 2019 California Building Code, Appendix O and Appendix X, that addresses emergency sleeping cabins. And the purpose of this evening is as set forth in Government Code Section 65858, the interim urgency ordinance. It must be extended by the legislative body 45 days after adoption to remain in effect. This item would extend the ordinance 10 months and 15 days from the date of adoption, which was June 28, 2022, for a total duration of 1 year, and the expiration would be June 28, 2023. This concludes my presentation. Staff is recommending that the City Council open the public hearing, take testimony, if any, and adopt the interim urgency ordinance of the City of Hemet, extending interim urgency ordinance for the establishment of temporary emergency sleeping cabins. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, so I'm going to open up public hearing now. City Clerk, are there any registered speakers?
Thank you, Mayor. If there's anyone on the Zoom call, now is the time to raise your hand and I'll unmute you. You'll be live with the City Council, and we'll just give you just a few moments to unmute yourself or raise your hand, excuse me. Seeing none, Mayor, there's no public comment.
Are there any registered comments in the audience? I'm going to close public hearing now and bring it back to council.
I do have a question. What happens on June 26th of 2023 or June 28th of 2023?
The sunset allows for the council can extend the term of the urgency ordinance if needed. The purpose of this ordinance not only will allow us to move forward with this type of transitional housing that's not identified in our zoning code currently, but what we'll do in the meantime, in the interim or in the meantime, we would go back and bring back forth a permanent zoning ordinance for the council's consideration prior to the June 28, 2023 expiration.
Okay, so does any of this depend on the success of this temporary ordinance and the construction of these 6 temporary facilities or buildings?
It certainly can. It certainly can. We can bring back the ordinance for the council, the permanent ordinance, in 6 months from now, if the council would desire, to allow us time to work with the applicant, Valley Restart, to implement some of the considerations that are identified in the ordinance, as well as, if necessary, when we come, if we don't have a successful ordinance that we've adopted by council, or the council's not comfortable with adopting an ordinance, the council can surely extend the interim urgency ordinance for one additional extension.
Okay. I quite honestly, my personal opinion on this, I don't foresee any issues with Valley Restart doing this project and failing, because they don't fail at what they do. They've been extremely successful in all of the programs they have over there. But I just don't want them to be left hanging by anything that, and I'll say this, that we may be overlooking, or just so long as we have remedies in case something comes up that we haven't allowed for or thought about, that we have the ability as a council and as a city to make sure that we help them be successful. Okay, that's it.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, just kind of a follow-up to Councilmember Krupa's comment. Would it be feasible to ask that we get maybe a quarterly update on progress and any issues that may have come up? Because I think, you know, keeping us on board with how the project's proceeding and any issues gives us time to make any adjustments and fine tuning that we might need that would ultimately help staff in creating the permanent ordinance.
We can certainly prepare quarterly reports for the council. If I can, currently where we are status wise now, the Valley Restart has submitted their plans to the city. They have received their first set of building plan check corrections, as well as some considerations that were identified by the council and are identified in the ordinance, such as operation and security. Once we have more information provided by Valley Restart, we will circle that back through all the departments so that we have that information to formulate a successful program.
I have a motion.
I'll make a motion that we adopt interim urgency ordinance, extending the ordinance 2022-2000, establishing temporary emergency sleeping cabins to a date of June 28th, 2023.
And I'll second that.
Motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Councilmember Krupa. That motion passes 4-0 to adopt an interim urgency ordinance of the city of Hemet, California, extending interim urgency ordinance number 2022-2000, establishing temporary emergency sleeping cabins to June 28th, 2023.
All right. Thank you, Monique. 14C.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Steve Lariso, presenting the CFD for the public hearing tonight. Public hearing for the CFD.
You know what you meant.
I'll get it right one day. Tonight is the public hearing for the Hemet CFD 2022-01, also known as Tres Cerritos, which is north of Devonshire, in between Warren and Costin. I'm sorry, Warren and the extension of Myers. There's a number of items for this public hearing tonight that you'll be voting on. The first item is to establish the CFD for the CFD 2022-01. There's also the resolution of formation, the resolution calling the special election, and then the resolution declaring the results of the special election for the CFD formation. At the end of that is also the ordinance authorizing the city to levy the special tax for the CFD. Tres Cerritos, just to give you a little bit of background, is 176 single-family residential lots, again, north of Celeste Road, or Rose Road as it's currently identified, in the hills to the east of Warren Road. Within this development, there'll be a vernal pool at the build-out, which will be maintained by the CFD, as well as several water quality basins and a park. The ROI, the resolution of intention, was presented back on July 12th, 2022, which was the first step to set this public hearing. Within the CFD, the costs are established for streetlight maintenance, landscaping maintenance, vernal pool maintenance, as well as the graffiti removal as necessary. This particular CFD is composed of two special taxes, special tax A and special tax B. Special tax A is what's going to be levied to the residents of the single family residential units, $320 per unit per year, and that's for the maintenance of basins, vernal pool, street lights, and so on. Special tax B, which would be $552 for landscape maintenance of other areas that are currently maintained by the HOA, will only be levied if it is determined by the city that city standards for are not met. The CFD also allows for the increase of between 2 and 6% based on the CPI each year. So tonight, what we are recommending is that you open the public hearing and take any testimony as necessary. Following the public hearing, staff recommends adopting the resolutions and then ultimately introduce the ordinance. With that, I'm here for any questions you may have. Oh, as well, we do have the city's consultant that prepares the RMA as well as the other documents, Chris Thomas. He's on the line with Harrison Associates in case there are any deeper questions too.
All right, thank you, Steve. I'm going to open up public hearing now. City Clerk, are there any registered speakers?
Thank you, Mayor. If there's anyone on the Zoom call, now is the time to speak on this public hearing item. We'll give you just a few moments to raise your hand. Seeing none, Mayor, there's no registered public comment.
Anyone from the audience with questions regarding this item? Anne, can you come up here?
Bunch of people go to Wednesday.
And say it in the mic.
All right. Can you hear me now? If you have a bunch of people that go into delinquency, it goes on the tax rolls, correct? Okay, so if something happens and you have a bailiwick, if you have a whole bunch of problems with some of these HOA fees, it's not going to fall on anybody in the city of Hemet, not directly anyway, correct? Thank you.
Mayor, if I can, that is a correct statement. It will not fall on directly the residents not within the CFD boundary.
Okay, appreciate that. All right, close public hearing, bring it back to council. Comments, questions?
Mayor, if I could, I just wanted to, I know that the city engineer talked about this briefly, about the fact that we have those two separate special tax rates, and we have this one that only gets activated if the HOA is not keeping up the property. I really appreciated the city engineer's ingenuity on coming up with these default districts language that we came up with here and in other districts. We've been inserting language into the CC&Rs for a lot of these new HOAs to make sure that they are not just having an obligation to each other to maintain the landscaping that can be along the public roads, but also internally, but that they have an obligation to the city that they will do that maintenance as well, because when they fail to do that maintenance, it has a negative impact on the city. But this goes a step further and not only has that obligation in those documents, in the entitlements, in the CC&Rs, but also as a funding mechanism available to the city, so that if we have to go and do that work, we're able to recoup the costs and there's no general fund impact to the city. So I just want to say it's been a real pleasure working on the last year on these kind of projects with Public Works, and I'm glad to see it coming forward.
Thank you for those comments. Councilmember Krupa.
Yeah, I'm just going to touch on one of my favorite subjects. You said it build out and everything, maintenance of vernal pools. By definition, isn't a vernal pool affected by nature and not necessarily by man? So how are we going to maintain vernal pools?
Well, you see, we've actually installed a playground within the vernal pool. Sorry, I had to add that in there. Actually,
Sorry.
within the report, it does talk about the fact that we have to have a biologist analyze it every year and prepare a report. So you're right. The maintenance of the vernal pool is really not the same type of maintenance that we would do on a water quality basin, but it still has to be analyzed by the biologist and a report prepared and then submitted with the CFD package each year.
And if it doesn't stand up to biologist expectation of what a vernal pool should be, you don't have to answer that. Thank you. One of my favorite subjects. Good report, though.
Any other questions or comments? Can hear the results?
Certainly, Mayor. Thank you. So this ballot, excuse me, let me start over. This ballot was distributed to 4-Star USA Real Estate Group, and I'd like to read the special election results for the Community Facilities District number 2022-01 Tres Cerritos. And what we received were 116 votes on assessable parcel numbers specified in the staff report of Exhibit B. And we received 116 votes in the affirmative yes. So that is the declaration of the results for this measure.
Do I have a motion?
I would move approval of recommended items 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Council, please cast your votes. That's a motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Brown. That motion passes unanimously 4-0. And if I may, Mayor, just read the by title only and introduce an ordinance entitled "An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hemet, California, acting in its capacity as the legislative body of the City of Hemet Community Facilities District number 2022-01 Tres Cerritos, authorizing the levy of a special tax therein."
Thank you. Next, we're going to move to item 15, receive and file. So we beginning with 15A, investment report. File it. Okay. Do you want to file 15B and C as well? Can we file all these? Okay, moving to consent calendar.
Mayor, if I can make a note regarding the last staff report on the consent calendar, 16Q in regards to service agreement with Interwest Consulting Group in the amount of $200,000. An agreement, part of the staff report, it lists an oversight which needs to be corrected regarding in section B2 of the agreement is listed as 100,000 and needs to show or reflect the cost of 200,000 in regards to that, as well as it states acting city manager in that agreement that needs to change to interim city manager. So those corrections will be addressed.
And then Mayor, just because the Brown Act requires that I do an oral report on any agreement affecting the compensation of an agency executive, and while he's the interim city manager, the police chief is an agency executive. I did want to point out, that's already been pointed out by a member of the public, 16H is an amendment to the police chief's contract that does affect his compensation, amending his compensation to be 17.7% over a police captain within the police department, but also waiving any additional pay while he serves as interim city manager. And the financial impact of that is stated in the finance report or in the attached staff report, and it is actually a significant financial benefit to the city.
On these consent items, they are acted simultaneously unless requested by individual council member. But is there any items that you guys want to pull?
Yes, and I would like a legal opinion on this. Items 16E and 16N refer to sewer upgrades in the downtown area, and part of that process is on Juanita Street, north of where I have property, and I just need to know whether I need to recuse myself or just abstain from the vote.
So I wanted to thank the council member for keeping an eye on the location of the projects that are being approved so that we can do a conflict analysis. Well, ordinarily, a council member may want to recuse themselves of a project that's in close proximity to their property. There's an exception for that when the benefit to your property would be no different than any other member of the public. Here, we're talking about a massive project spanning a large portion of the city to upgrade the sewer lines within the city. I think it's over 5,000 linear feet of upgrades. So I don't think there'll be any impact on your property that's any different on a member of the public generally. So I think that exception would apply. And then additionally, I don't actually, while we all appreciate a well-functioning sewer system, I don't see what the economic benefit to your property would be from this project. So I don't believe that there's a legal requirement that you recuse yourself. You're of course free to do so if you wish.
Appreciate that. Thank you. None of it is directly in front of my property.
Okay, any other items to be pulled?
I just have one comment because Ann Smith did raise a question on 16D on where the funds were coming from for that. And I believe they're ARPA funds. And if city manager, if you could get with her or explain that to her, that would be very beneficial.
Yes, I definitely will. It is coming from ARPA funds.
Thank you.
So that means you didn't need to pull 16E and N. Okay. Do I have unless someone wants to pull something else, do I have a motion to approve all of them?
You mean we're
All
going to make
fast.
history?
I'll be happy to make a motion that we approve all of the items on the consent calendar.
I'll second it. Council, please cast your votes. I have a motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Councilmember Mills to approve the consent calendar. That motion passes 3-1.
That's
Mayor-
a mistake.
I'll go to a roll call since we had a technical issue. Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Mills.
Yes.
Mayor Lilienthal.
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0.
All right, our first discussion item, after I pass all these pages. 17A.
Good evening again, Mayor, members of the council. At the council meeting on July 12th, Councilmember Brown requested that staff investigate Solve the Water Crisis Coalition and bring findings forward for council discussion. So Public Works staff has reviewed the coalition, its mission, and levels of participation available. Solve the Water Crisis Coalition was formed with the intent to get the message that action is required now to secure California's water future. The coalition is primarily an education and awareness effort to provide justification on why now is the time for urgent action. The message is targeting legislators, the Newsom administration, and state regulators. The strategy of the coalition is to elevate water as a crisis that is already here and that needs to be addressed immediately. Make the water crisis relevant to specific conditions in all regions and districts throughout the state. Educate the legislature, state officials, and about California's deteriorating water supply and benefits of comprehensive long-term solutions that result in more water. To conform to the rules regarding education efforts, the program focuses on water supply crisis and potential solutions, but refrains from organizing public around any policy solution. The program focuses on developing and elevating public awareness and support for solutions, urging Governor legislature, and state agencies to provide water action plan that will meet present and future needs of the state. The solutions that are to be presented include surface and groundwater storage, interregional and local conveyance, creative regulatory solutions such as voluntary agreements, investments in local water infrastructure such as groundwater recharge, desalination, and recycling. And so with that, to participate in the coalition, the city essentially has two options. One is to become a board member of the coalition or to join in support of the coalition. To become a board member, there is a financial commitment with an initial $15,000 in the initial phase, and then depending on what's determined for the need for phase 2, an additional $15,000 may be requested. To join in support of the coalition, there is no financial commitment to the city, and city staff would receive updates on the coalition efforts and could assist with broadcasting the coalition message. So to voice my preference would be the second option, because I can see a lot of resources from city staff being used to participate as a board member and to drive this effort. I don't know that we have those resources right now, but with that, that concludes my verbal presentation, and I'll turn it back over to you, Mayor, for discussion.
Thank you, Noah. Any questions or comments for Noah?
What was your idea?
Yeah, I appreciate staff preparing the staff report and doing the research. Kind of went above and beyond in that. I wasn't aware that they were also there was also an option to become a board member, but I agree with your recommendation that we're not staffed to take that role on right now, but I wholeheartedly support us becoming a member. I think the more voices that are heard in that coalition, they might finally break through to the eardrums of our state legislators, and that they would consider other alternatives to address the water crisis situation other than just reducing consumption, because there are other solutions, as we heard in a very thorough report from EMWD and Western MWD. Their directors gave a very thorough report and said that the state is not doing enough work to capture water, and there's an awful lot of water that just runs off to the ocean, and we need to make a better effort to capture that and look at other solutions as well. So I wholeheartedly support that we become a participating member, but not a board member of the coalition.
Other questions or comments?
Just a question. Do we know who any of the board members are at this point?
There are at least 24. EMWD is one of the biggest ones, and I'm sure Kevin could list a lot of the names, but I've seen like Elsinore, and there's several that are already board members.
Okay, so I assume Metropolitan is in on this? Member agencies are. Okay, I appreciate that. And I was wondering about Eastern and figured they probably would be. So I would assume that we can use our influence with Eastern to get any ideas across that may need to be presented to the full board, and use whatever through the water master, through the city water department. Travis has a loud voice, and so do you. And so do I.
So our relationship with EMWD will be helpful.
A great relationship with the NWD, so I appreciate that. Thank you. And are you making a motion to support?
I'll be happy to.
And I'll be happy to second that.
So my motion is that we adopt a resolution to join in support of the water crisis coalition.
And that's my second.
Motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Councilmember Krupa. Council, please cast your votes. That motion passes 4-0.
Great, 17B.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, I'm here to present to you the results of an RFP for consultant services for the acquisition of a new ERP system. This item is in line with the strategic plan and falls within the organizational effectiveness goal. So many people ask, what is an ERP? An ERP is an enterprise resource planning system, and it refers to a type of software or a group of software programs that organizations use to manage the day-to-day business activities, such as accounting, procurement, human resources, project management, and land management. And by land management, what we mean is permitting. So building permits, engineering permits, anything like that. Hemet's current ERP system, the city implemented and began using Eden, which is a Tyler Technologies software, in the year 2000, 22 years ago. At the time, the upgrade to Eden allowed the city to move to from a DOS-based program, yes, to a Windows-based software to support our accounting, finance, budgeting, purchasing, payroll, human resources, and utility billing programs. Since that implementation, Eden has consistently dates that Tyler has released, including one major upgrade that we did take. There were several updates that we hadn't taken, so it was a big jump for us. We've periodically had some training from Tyler, but not extensive amounts. The issue, though, is that business and technology needs have changed significantly since that implementation, and the city now needs a far more robust system that can make use of modern technology and new software to allow staff to better serve the community. The city's current system is outdated and near its end of life. Tyler Technologies has informed all Eden users that they will cease support in 5 years. They have reached out to every agency that still uses it and have confirmed that we've received this notification and that we are taking steps to move toward a new system. So tonight's recommendation to select a consultant, while the consultant that staff is recommending may not be council's choice, and you can choose to go with a different consultant. Changing our ERP system is something that is absolutely critical at this point. Just to give you a little bit of background, some of the challenges that we've had with what we have now is that our systems don't talk to each other. Our cashiering system and our Eden system don't naturally talk to each other. So there has to be programs that are written, or script that's written so that we can move data across them. A lot of times what that means is that we have to do manual entries. So part of our journal entries every morning from everything that's received the day before is somewhat of a manual process, which it shouldn't be at this point. There's technology that makes that all so much easier. Same thing with our land management system. Our land management system is very outdated, and without taking a big major upgrade, this would be an option to look at new choices. We can't have developers pay for permits online right now because the software doesn't support it. And that's definitely a goal in upgrading our ERP system, is to have those things in place. So in early April of 2022, staff did issue a request for proposals, or an RFP, for consultant services for the acquisition of a new ERP software system. The work plan consists of 5 phases, with the 5th phase being optional. The first phase is project planning and monitoring, which includes meetings with all departments, data collection, and business process analysis to determine what the city's needs are. The second phase is the ERP needs assessment, including business case recommendations and process design and requirements. The third phase is the ERP request for a proposal. So the consultant would assist the city in drafting an RFP and provide service or provide support for governance. So any public hearings, anything like that that we need to go through, or any council workshops that we need to go through this process. They would assist in that. The fourth phase is selecting a system and then negotiating contracts with those software companies. And then the fifth phase, which is the optional phase, and for tonight's purposes, we did not include it in this agreement, is the implementation of the ERP, because we want to get through the first 4 phases, which we're told can take anywhere from 6 to 9 months, and get those software systems under contract, and then move forward with implementation, which can take several months up to a couple of years. I know it sounds long, but it's a lot of different platforms that we're having to upgrade, and each one is kind of taken in parts. The city did receive 6 proposals in response to our RFP. City staff that included finance and IT staff conducted interviews with 5 of those 6 consultants. Firms were rated based on price, experience, and how they did in the interview process. And then reference checks were conducted for the top 2 vendors, which were Third Wave Corporation and Soft Resources LLC. Using all this criteria discussed, staff recommends tonight that the city approve a contract with Soft Resources LLC for phases 1 through 4 of the project. Once a system has been selected and contract negotiations are complete, staff will return to council for direction on contract services for the implementation of the new ERP system. We do have a representative from Soft Resources on the line tonight. So if you have questions, her name is Pam, and she is available to answer any questions. But some of the reasons that we selected Soft Resources is that they did receive great references. They work with the city of Temecula. They work with the city of Indio. They work with the city of Santa Clarita. And they have experience in both replacing the ERP system for the financial side and for land management. They have experience with Eden, which is a big plus for us. Santa Clarita shared with me that they use demo scripts to keep vendors on target, and they ensure that their vendors deliver on their promises. So what they discussed with us is that a lot of times vendors will, to check all the boxes on that RFP, they'll say, oh yeah, we could do that. And then they'll get to a point where they say, well, we can't do that within the scope, but for a price. And so they make sure that they're keeping them on target and that they're saying, no, it's in here. You have to either make good on what you've put in your RFP, or we will move on to someone else. And Santa Clarita said that Soft Resources is very good about that. And that I think that's something that is very important for us. So with that, I'm open to any questions. Staff is recommending that council approve an agreement with Soft Resources, but can elect to go with another firm as they weren't the lowest bidder.
Thank you, Lorena. Council, any questions?
I have a question. Soft Resources is on Zoom?
Yes.
Who's on Zoom from Soft Resources? Pam, do you hear us? Councilmember is addressing a question to you. You should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Lorena,
Yes, sir.
the 132, 400 is for all 4 phases?
Is for the first 4.
And this extra 500, you said that's been set aside from the diff funds?
So there's a total of 500 that's set aside in the diff funds. Phases 1 through 4, if we were to go with soft resources, 132, 400. We do have the prices for all 6 firms for phase 5. In the case of soft resources, that would be an additional 174,000, which would bring their total to 306,000. At a future date, once we've selected some software systems, we'll have updated pricing on the software, but this is just the consultant services.
And all of this is going to come from our development impact fees?
This first 500 will.
Okay.
There will be contributions from several different funds because a lot of funds are affected by it. IT is affected. Water plays a very big part because of utility billing. So we'll have to look at overall citywide, not just general fund, but where we will get all the funding from when the time comes.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Pam, you're live with the city council.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good.
Councilmember.
I'm
you have a
having
question?
trouble hearing myself because my batteries are, I text someone for some extra batteries, so bear with me, please. Are you a value-added reseller?
No,
Or
we are
what-
not.
What are you?
Our firm is an independent consulting firm that was formed, back in 1995 or so. We spun off from KPMG with an audit and tax practice. We were doing independent software selection consulting, so we don't get any reimbursement or remuneration from any software vendors. So we're an unbiased firm that gives very objective recommendations.
Okay, so you're gonna go out and try to find the product that we need for the cities?
Yeah, we're going to follow your solicitation process, and what we typically do to help you target certain vendors that are in alignment with clients your size and the scope of work that you need. We will be developing a software vendor long list that you can announce the RFP to, as well as your general procurement advertisements that you normally follow.
Okay.
So we help with that, just kind of target vendors, because if you don't get the vendor's attention or you get the wrong vendors to respond, you might not have a successful procurement process. Let me put it that way. So we do all we can to add value to the advertisement process.
That I understand. I know we're part of the League of California Cities, and we can't have our IT department do a research with the different cities surrounding us and finding out what they use and maybe having them research and do the legwork that this company's going to do for $135,000.
We can, but they're going to assess what our needs are, their experiences in assessing needs. And every city's needs are different.
Oh, I know they are.
Even if we were to reach out to other cities, their needs are different. And so we don't know that what works for Moreno Valley or Murrieta is going to work for Hemet. There's been recommendations in the past to not go out for RFP and to simply migrate over to another Tyler product, which is Munis. But we felt that as long as we've been with Eden, that it was better to do a full assessment so that we can get some better input on if Munis or any other software program is going to give us the tools that we need to serve our community better. And I can tell you that in participating with associations like CSMFO and League of California Cities, and I believe Scott Underwood through MESAC also, the recommendation generally is, because I've been to many of these presentations, is to use an independent consultant like this to assist in the process so that we make sure, because it's a very, very, very cumbersome process, to make sure that we are really exploring all of our options.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes, may I add something?
Yes.
Yes. Also in the proposal, you'll see in the scope of work, there's a lot of value added services, including your readiness to implement a new ERP system, looking at fit gap and your staffing levels and many other things that are critical to staffing and implementation projects. So it's not just software selection. It's everything around that. And our consultants are experienced project managers with PMI backgrounds, as well as pro-site change management. So it's an additional value add that we bring to the table.
Councilmember Krupa?
Through this process, and this is directed to both Loretta and to Pam on the phone, if you see that maybe a process or procedure that the city is currently using or a way that is being handled now could be improved by changing it in any way, do you give suggestions on maybe changes in methods and procedures that a city would use?
Lorena, do you want me to answer that?
Yes, please.
Yes, we do. In fact, we're going to have a business process opportunities report and analysis, as well as some flow chart mapping that we'll be doing. And we'll be looking at kind of how you're doing some key processes and recommend future state. So you can see that. And those process mapping exercises are very critical in your software configuration, and pretty much as an on-ramp into the implementation. It helps the implementation partner, which would be likely from the software vendor and or a value-added reseller. Since you asked that question earlier, sometimes they bid with a partner for the implementation services. So we're trying to help the city lay that whole groundwork in order to be ready for that transition into implementation. So that's a big part of our services, helping you get ready to go there and bringing people along.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Sure.
And council, if I may, just to be clear, one of the requirements in the RFP was that they are independent of any software companies, that they have no ties to any of them, because we want a neutral opinion about what is best for our city.
$135,000 opinion though is kind of high.
It's not just an opinion though. It's a lot of work that goes into and writing the RFP.
I understand
as well.
the work behind it. I understand the process. I'm just trying to get that $135,000. You know, how many hours do you plan on putting on in this?
Oh, wow. There's a lot of hours.
I know
I have
that.
to admit, I've got to look at what I have here in front of me. Doesn't have the cumulative total, I don't believe. Just a moment here. But if you give me just a moment, let me take a look.
I don't think
We had to put it in your format, so I think that's why. I don't have the hours right here. Add it up. Almost there. This. There we go. Very slow, of course. Okay, total hours on the project that I see. We've got the needs assessment, request for proposals, selection, and contract negotiations. The total number of hours that I see between project manager and the lead consultant is 662 hours.
And they have agreed to come on site, meet with staff in person. We think there's a lot of value in having them meet in person with staff so that there's buy-in from all of the departments. This is a huge change for everyone. And we want people to buy in. We want all of the departments to be on board with this because it's a big change. And that is part of their proposal, is to have on-site meetings as needed.
Can you tell me what products you've used with other cities?
I mean, what products we've recommended?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking? As far as software goes, ERP?
Yes.
Basically, really what that's bound by is the RFP process, so that when you initiate that process to solicit bids from vendors, then the vendors who bid are those vendors that are eligible to submit bids. And at some point you will close the bidding process, and any other vendors are not allowed to submit details. So really a lot of it depends on the vendors that are bidding for your project. For one of your scope, with this many modules that you have and utility billing, you might have ERP vendors that offer the majority of the modules, and you might have some best of breed vendors like utility billing specialists that come in and submit proposals as well. So it's hard to say how many proposals you might get, but that really drives the vendors that we're exploring. So when Lorena said something about Tyler Technologies Munis, they are one of the larger ERP vendors out there that target cities of your size, but they have competitors, of course. We don't really recommend who your finalist should be. You actually do that. What we do is we come up to and filter down to a shortlist recommendation. And then you take those vendors, which is typically 3, through a software demo process that is scripted with requirements that meet your specific needs. And then we do demo oversight along with your team members to make sure that the evaluation is done thoroughly of each vendor who is demonstrating to you. And then we also recommend a process after the demonstrations of any due diligence reviews, like reference checks, things of that nature, get best and final offer. Any follow-up demos that you might need are included. So we're there for not only the initial, but follow-up as well until you get down to a very comfortable level of, let's say, who to elevate into the contract negotiation phase. But we see all kinds of choices and vendors depending on the entity size that we're working with. And we do small cities and towns, public utility districts, all the way up to very large cities and counties.
It just, you know, I've worked with IT before. I've been in networking before, and I've always seen the IT staff do this process and having different businesses come out and give a demo on their product and how whatever modules are available for whatever departments they have, and then implement them on a demo system and test it out, see what they have. So I'm just used to seeing the IT department handle this part of the process of getting new applications out. So it's just hard for me to pay somebody so much money to do the process that an IT department should be doing. That's just my philosophy and my thinking.
Any other questions or comments? With everything that Councilmember Mail said, do I have a motion?
Well, since we have needed this and we've been told Eden's going to be stopped being supported within 5 years, and this is a long process, I will make a motion that we proceed with staff recommendation to go with what's the name of it?
Resources.
Yes, that one. That's my motion.
A second.
Council, please cast your votes. I have a motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Brown. That motion passes 3-1 with Councilmember Mail is voting no.
Thank you, Council, and thank you, Pam.
Thank you.
Now we're going to move to our reports.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'll kick it off. We had the pleasure of our interim city manager / police chief and our fire chief, Eddie Sell, at the Four Seasons monthly HOA board meeting, and they drew quite a crowd. And it was very evidenced by when we took a brief recess after they did their presentation. The room pretty much emptied out down to the typical 10 or 12 people that show up for those HOA board meetings. But they covered a lot of material about things that are happening. They talked a lot about the strategic plan and how staff is molding all of our projects and our budget built around the strategic plan, and fielded a number of questions. And I thought it was a very good presentation. I've heard probably at least, personally, I've heard at least a half a dozen individuals have commented about how much they appreciated the knowledge, and they were impressed with the quality of our leadership. So kudos to them for that. August 1st, participated in the WRCOG Executive Committee meeting and covered a few routine things, but one of the things that I think is most valuable we get from our League of Cities representative from the Riverside Division, Erin Sassy, and she provides a legislative update. And there's a few pending bills that I think are noteworthy. AB 916 is dealing with accessory dwelling units that would require the cities to increase the height maximum of these units from 16 to 18 feet on all parcels, and to 25 feet for multifamily or single family parcels located within a half mile of transit. And it would also add a provision that sets minimum height requirements of 25 feet for these ADUs that are attached to a primary single family residence. Cal Cities is recommending that bill be opposed unless amended. There were three bills, AB 1740 and AB 2407 and SB 1087, all dealing with catalytic converters and the tampering or theft of catalytic converters. That's quite a chronic problem that is occurring throughout the nation because of the materials that they can get out of the catalytic converters. So all of these have some measure of requirements that recyclers that accept these catalytic converters for recycling, they have to maintain a written record that contains the vehicle identification number. All of these things are very good for the benefit of deterring the theft and providing additional investigative resources for law enforcement to investigate these crimes. All three of these bills, Cal Cities recommends that we support. There's AB 1685. To me, this bill comes under should come under the title of brain dead legislation. It requires cities and other processing agencies to forgive at least $1,500 in parking fines and fees annually for a qualified homeless person, or allowing applicants to request forgiveness for at least 4 times a year. Cal Cities is strongly recommending the opposition to that unless it's amended. And AB 2011, the Affordable Housing and High Road Jobs Act of 2022, would require cities to ministerially approve without condition or discretion certain affordable and mixed-use housing developments in areas of a city where office, retail, or parking are principally allowed, regardless of any inconsistency with local government's general plans, specific plans, zoning ordinances. In other words, the state is going to dictate our zoning and development standards, and Cal Cities recommends that be opposed. There's a number of other similar bills dealing with accessory dwelling units. That's SB 897. They recommend opposing that one. SB 6, local planning and housing commercial zones. They recommend opposing that unless amended. All of these, the common thread through a lot of these is basically, in my opinion, state intervention in things that should be locally controlled. And Cal Cities is pretty consistent in opposing anything along those lines. So there's some other ones that I can share with staff later that we might want to think about sending some letter on behalf of the city. We had a very successful National Night Out on August 2nd. Huge turnout of the community, huge turnout of city staff and community organizations. That was very, very well attended, and appreciated all the demonstrations. That fire department put on a demonstration of how they would tear open a car to extricate victims out of a collision. Our K-9 teams were there and put on demonstrations, and all of the other specialty units. It was very, very pleasant, and actually a fairly comfortable evening for all the hot weather that we've been having. And the WCE board meeting was canceled, and that's it for me.
Councilmember Krupa.
I'm going to be shorter than that. Most of the regional committees are dark in August, which is really a nice treat not to have to go to them. However, the library did have a very, very successful summer reading program. I believe the numbers were several hundred higher than what they have been or had been last year. And they had an end of summer reading program carnival one Saturday afternoon, very successful. A lot of people attending, a lot of arts and crafts for adults and children. One of the high points was coloring with a council member, and I got to sit and color. Very therapeutic with not only the kids, but their parents, which was really quite fun. Another great activity that they had was, what's it called? Jenga, using empty soda boxes and piling them up, and then the kids could pull them out and pile it on top. They had the most fun, of course, when it collapsed on all of them. They were empty soda boxes. So nobody got hurt, but everybody had a great time. And Kathy and her staff and volunteers did an awesome job. So thank you, Kathy. The programs you guys put on at the library with the limited staff is absolutely phenomenal. I colored inside and outside. It was being creative, very creative. And I even took some home, because there was some you really had to do with pencils. And so anyway, that's my therapy. League of California Cities, we had our executive committee meeting last night. Didn't get some positions filled for the upcoming years, so the date has been extended for interested people who are interested in being on the executive committee. And the election of those offices will be held at the annual conference in Long Beach, September 7th, 8th, and 9th. Okay. And Riverside Transit Agency is doing the 25-cent rides. So ride the bus. It's only a quarter. They are being they've changed some of the routes because school is now started, and when school is in, they cannot specifically change a route to go to a school, but they can change the route to go close to a school. So they do that. And at this point, Hemet Unified, their natural gas, CNG facility is under some upgrades. So RTA is allowing them to use their CNG facility out here on Wentworth. So it's a good partnership. And the comment was, we have to keep those school buses running. The other water master is going to have our quarterly meeting on August 22nd. And we are looking to have the preliminary informational meeting, I think on the 16th, to find out what's going to be on that agenda. And that's all I have.
Councilmember Males.
Good evening. The skate park update. On July 29th, engineering completed a review of the civil plans for grading and drainage and the water quality management plan that the new line skate parks had submitted for approval. The city provided comments on these submittals to new line on 8/1/22. The city is currently awaiting revised civil plans and water quality management plan with comments addressed. As soon as those are received back, the city is prepared to get the bid package posted and solicitation for bids will start. Hemet Housing, the Senior and Disabled Owner Occupied Home Repair Program offers grants, grant-funded home repairs for every low to low-income senior disabled homeowner, but meeting all the criteria set forth in the guidelines. Please go to the city Hemet website and look into the grants, search under the city grant program, and we also have business grants available. League of Cities, Linda already spoke on that, so I won't add anything there. Planning Commission, I learned something really important, and that was pretty cool, to be honest with you. Karen Hansen had zoomed in. She's from the Sierra Club, and she discussed non-native plants that are being planted on new builds that doesn't do our native creatures any good and is causing them to die off. The Sierra Club has a guide for information on proper native plants that grow naturally in the valley, and she will be sending the planning department the guide with all the information pertaining to proper plants. And then they had a site review for DR Horton 21-019 Model Home Complex 21-005, and they asked for continuance until the next Planning Commission. And and that's it for me. Thank you.
I had the pleasure of attending, I guess, so it was Hemet School District put on a back to school event at Talkwoods High. And this was an amazing event because they had, I forgot the name of the barber school, but they had a barber school come down and give free haircuts for all the kids that showed up. So all the kids got free haircuts. Dentistry was out there to clean teeth and to, to see if there are any cavities or any things happening in the kids' mouths on site at Talkwoods High. And then they were also giving out, that was the Smile Generation. And then Optum was the one that was doing the physicals for all the kids, for any kids that needed physicals going into high school, and not just high school, but middle school, and just to make sure that the kids were healthy before school started. They also gave out backpacks. They gave out, and these backpacks were filled with school supplies. They also gave out free shoes, and then they gave out food, these food boxes for all the families as well that showed up. There were different departments from the county of Riverside. You had DPSS, you had like any kind of program that helped with any kind of bullying, a program, just, I can't remember all the programs, like 52 people, different organizations there besides the Department of Riverside, showcasing what these different nonprofits and organizations have out there available for our kids and for the adults as well. So that was a really good turnout. They also provided free food from In-N-Out. So In-N-Out was out there and gave out free hamburgers and for all the kids and the adults and everybody that showed up. Another vendor was out there giving out tacos. So you had your choice between hamburgers and tacos. What else? I can't, forgive me for not remembering everything, but people were out there. I think it started at 9 or 8. They were out there an hour earlier before all lined up. And so yeah. Oh, the Hemet Police Department was there for recruitment for the cadets program. Other programs are out there too, trying to recruit kids for any kind of program like that. But it was really nice to see the community come together and give the kids free haircuts and see the dentists out there giving like they were actually cleaning teeth out, for the little kids. So that was exciting to see. They already said everything. So let's move on to ad hoc reports. Anything?
I'd like to make a motion that we can eliminate ad hoc committee item number 6, having addressed that already.
Do I have a second?
Second that.
Council, please cast your votes. That's a motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Councilmember Krupa. That motion passes 4-0.
Are there any ad hoc reports? I know. No.
I would like to ask that staff try to arrange a Caltrans liaison meeting. We haven't talked to them in a while, and some of the feedback that we're getting from the community, I know we heard some things at the presentation at Four Seasons, some concerns about Highway 74. So I think it's time that we talk with our friends at Caltrans again.
I'd like to talk about the business committee. We had a meeting, where are we in right now? Last month with the business community and some nonprofits. Both chiefs were there, fire chief and the police chief. And it was a really good meeting. Just trying to get a handle on a few things. And we had some strong businesses there talking and discussing. So we have another meeting coming up on the 15th of this month. And we'll be moving forward and opening up the meeting for other businesses in the near future. And also, I'd like to thank Kathy for coming to the Legion when she did and talking to our veterans. I didn't bring that up last time because I had your name covered with my pad and didn't see it. But thank you, Kathy. You gave a great speech, and I'm hoping that the veterans come out to the library and utilize your system there. And thank you, chiefs, for being at the business meetings. I appreciate that.
Councilmember Mills, where do you anticipate this meeting being?
Well, this next meeting on the 15th will be at the city again in the conference room, I believe, correct?
Yes, and it'll be a follow-up with the individuals that were there initially, and then we're going to expand those meetings in the future for other businesses.
And then I will talk to you about that after this meeting here. We need to discuss something.
Councilmember Krupa?
Just an update on the banner program, active duty military banner program, that the application is on the city website so that we can get the new banners made and hung up. So if you have active duty person in your family and you want a banner of those, fill out the application. It's free.
And does it have to be active?
Has to be active.
Okay.
Yes. Next phase, we'll do some other things at different locations, but this program is for active duty military.
All right. Anything else?
Don't forget about our August 17th meeting. The congressman will be there, Congressman Ruiz, to talk about the PACT Act and his part of the legislation and putting in the burn pit bill for it. So it's going to be pretty interesting. Thank you.
City manager?
Yeah, just a couple things I'd like to touch on. National Night Out was amazing. It's probably the largest group of citizens we've had out there in years. It was nice seeing even our employees out there with their families. So it was a good turnout. I'm looking forward to next year. Also, I want to touch on the community meetings that we're having. Went out to Four Seasons, which was a big turnout. Also went out to Seven Hills prior to that. So I encourage any of the community's members that want the city to come out and provide updates. We bring different staff from different departments, just so the citizens in those communities are aware of what we're doing and how the city's moving forward. So it's a great turnout. Last but not least, I had an opportunity to meet with all of the departments in the city and our great employees last week. I still have a few more to do. It seems like I'm doing more meetings than I ever done in the past, but it's very encouraging. But it's necessary to get out there and kind of give the direction as well internally with the city staff on the direction of the city and what we're doing. So it's been great and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any future agenda items? Future agenda items? With that being said, this meeting is adjourned to the next city council meeting, September 13th, 2022. Thank you for coming.
You flinch like I